save it a bit. See. This is gonna run. According to this live. Trying to see if we've got like media thing. It doesn't seem like it. Hey Ovis, just doing a bit of self-advertising. Lastly, gotta do our ever so faithful Tumblr. Well, I could probably bring anybody in, but you never know. Hey, Softies, how are you? Just doing the last bit of okay, there we go. That's a last bit of self-advertising done. Just about to head to the store though, but I'll be back watching it. Ooh, what are you getting from the store? What are you getting from the store? Give me some snacks. No, I'm joking. Don't give me snacks. Get snacks on my behalf. But you don't gotta get me snacks. Oh, we have Stolas here doing some crafting. Our good friend Stolas, who's also a hell of a boss fan. Yeah. I'm just gonna show off the FC house. I know I did it a bit last week, but I just love this FC house. Chocolate and pasta? Are you combining that together, or...? Like, what are you doing with that? I need to repair my stuff. I need to repair my gear. Thank God. Jesus Christ. I'd be highly concerned. But both are good, so maybe I should. I mean, it does sound like a good combo, I will admit that. Oh yeah, V's, you never got to see the FC house, so this is the new FC house. Do it, Softus, do it. If you do it, I'll do it when I get paid. Because I get paid on Wednesday. So if you do it, I'll do it. I'll give you my reaction. So yeah. As you can tell, a lot of books. People clearly like reading in this FC. We have our little bar with a very polite maid servant. All the polite maid servants. Oh, it's very clear me and Softus are just chaotic as all hell. Amount is very clear. Right. We're gonna do the rest of Heavensward as monk, and then I'm thinking of doing Stormblood as I've got my room, I just need to decorate it. But yeah, I'm going to do the rest of Heavensward as monk and do Stormblood as ninja. And I may go into samurai. But yeah, I've got my room, I just need to decorate it. I'm thinking with the area, maybe going with a bit of a Japanese gothic style. I'm not getting my own apartment slash house. Screw that. I never get the money for that. I never get the money for that much, Jesus, no. But I'm thinking of a bit of a gothic Japanese design. For my room, I just need to actually get that, you know what I mean? Search for a kobold in the campo. Yeah, it can be. It definitely can be. You know, use my mana a bit just to help move about faster. There we go. The kobolding left. No, come back, baby kobold. At least I think you're a baby kobold. You're definitely smaller than the usual kobolds. There you are. Ah, damn it. Stay back. Oh wait, far back. I'm not up. It's no use. Pointless. Hopeless. No use. Balding, come back. We just want to look after you. Come back, Cabalding. There you are. Please don't hurt me. I only wish to talk. Yes, yes, just talk. Ah. Okay, either he's scared out of his goddamn mind or he's fucking nervous as hell to talk to people. A socially anxiety-filled kobold. Damn. Oh, by the way, you can plug in keyboard to make the still impressive. Yeah, I'll admit that typing on PS5 is actually a lot faster than it was on PS4. I'll say that much. This was a stupid plan. Stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will. Yeah, I'm honestly fine with using controller for it, if I'm honest. Gah, tell me what to do. I come in peace, only to talk, speak, say, talk. So please do not hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. Could very well give one a bruised knee. Huzzah! We've got him. Fine work, Scions. So, little one, thought you could sneak into my camp, did ya? Plotting to steal my crystals, were ya? No. I came to talk, to ask for help. But when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I... Now, let us all take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child? Pikmin Gabu of the 620th Order. At least I will be a Pikmin one day. Well met, Gabu. I am Alfinol, and this is my sister Alison. Dante, the man who found you, is our friend, and now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Blurden here thinks you wanted to take his crystals, Gabu. But you said you came to ask for help. Why to us and not to your own people? What happened, Gabu? Can you tell us? No one is going to hurt you, alright? Not while we're here. I promise. The Patriarch, the Patriarch is going to summon the Great Father again, and you have to stop him. Beat him, fight him, stop him. Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry. He said that if they didn't have iron in their hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace. Sorry, they'd serve as coke for the furnace? What fucking coke are you using? And then the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace? I did not want to believe it, but I have heard tales of falsely fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. By the 12, that is sickening. No one listens to Gabu. What kind of furnaces are you using, right? That too. No matter how much he cries, pleads, begs, cries, they do not listen, only talk about punishing the overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too. So please, help Gabu, stop the Patriarch, and save his parents. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to the worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Cobalt stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual. We would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy, that they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them, and if we gather enough, he will return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come. Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where these crystals are stored? I know. Oh, several spots, each defended by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come. Gabu will lead you to the first cache. Alrighty, let's get to it. Time is short. If you have the crystals, we should move on to the next cache. Did you hear me, brother? Brother! Aye. It's just that... I'm quite certain that Grey once bore Guardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Coetas to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Vilbron by another party, most likely a pawn of the Ascians, as Thancred speculated. I don't understand. Who are the Ascians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Never you mind about that. As our say said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gabu? Yes, of course. Gabu knows the way. The next one is the last and is very large. Very big, very huge, very large. Confound it. What about you, Dante? Any luck? Nope, not a one. Nothing, 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 but this cannot be. Gavu saw them. Spade spotted saw. Think, brother, think. They must have moved them, yes? The question is where to and why. Within Ogamoro. Where they summoned Titan once before and mean to do so again, it is the only explanation. What about mother and father and the others? We have to help them. And we will, Gabu, we will. Stay calm, we still have time. They have yet to call for the remaining crates, yes? If they had, then they would have found the other crates. Other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the naval and seize the remaining crystals. There is no other way to prevent Titan's summoning. But first give me your crystals, that I might deliver them into Commander Bloeden's custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. Smart idea. Time to go into Ogamolo. Alright, am I able to just go? No. I hate the fact that I've got to actually go all the way around. All the different quarrymen. Synthetic goblins. Most likely made just for the sake of getting crystals. I take it this is the Aetheryte we seek? Right then. As soon as Alphina arrives, we go. I trust you're feeling suitably heroic, Dante? There's no telling what sort of resistance we're facing. We don't need Alphina. Oh, good Lord. Quickly, you cowards! Briskly, swiftly, quickly! I will not suffer any further delays. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers here? But how did you... Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? Oh no. He's already killed them. Mother. Father? Coke for the furnace. You monster, how could you? We are but servants of the Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of the overdwellers. No, Alice, not yet. Then let me go in and kick his ass. I understand, Patriarch, I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair. Whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering on your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course, cease your attempts to summon your god, and work with us, together, to build a lasting peace. Another peace to be abandoned at the Overdweller's convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you. Liars, betrayers, oathbreakers. You take and you take and you take, and when you have had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last, until you grow hungry again. And when we dare to defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live, that our god drains the land of ether and brings naught but suffering. Death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You ruined your own lands, you will not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. Say something, please. Please? Oh, kid, I'm sorry. Ooh. Summoned by a child in grief. 7 hells. Wow, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to find. His anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, just as surely as would the supplications of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have one cause for optimism, it is that while many crystals were present, they represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of ether, the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave Okamoro, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will value their troops, and the cycle will continue. Dante, you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? I kinda don't have a choice in the matter. Arthur and I will tend to Gabu, When you are finished with the primal, look first in Camp Over. We will be expecting you. I'll admit, I didn't realize I'd be going into trials. To be fair, actually no. I'm gonna do myself a little favor here. I'm restricted. It's just gonna be myself. I've all gotta do it in hard mode. Doing myself a little favor here. Oh, you just got on. Yeah. Doing it solo. I'm level 81, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Especially considering the amount of health you get from doing it solo. Well, just doing it only with No, actually that's fine. I'm completely immune to damage whilst in this state, so I'll go for it. I'm in no rush to be released. Really? Again? God almighty, you love doing the same thing over and over again this way, don't you? Say if anything, this is actually your more damaging move. Oh, I'm dead. Never mind, I might actually need just one more person as it is. This is hard? Jesus. I thought I'd been completely fine, but I guess not. Yeah, that did like double the amount of health I had. Oh boy. Alright. I'll leave this and I'll bring you in, Softis. Because, yeah, that was ridiculous. Really loves just spamming that friggin' Erdengal shit. Or whatever you call it. Yeah, pretty much. Like, he just loves imprisoning people in that, and it's really bizarre. Happy to say. That was one way to say stuff. Right, we're gonna do it unrestricted. Because I sure as hell ain't fucking queuing for the actual trial. Remind me not to screw with you in PvP, Softis. Good lord. Good lord almighty. Let's see. Neither of those for me. Thank you very much, Softis. Maybe that. I'm trying to like aim at you, but it's not letting me. You say that. I don't think that would be the case. I really doubt I'd kick your ass in PvP, trust me on that. Exactly, man. The damage she did. Jesus. Oh, Lord. Alright. I hope that I don't have to keep doing trials. But I just said, haha, now you die, and slapped the Vok with a sword. Yeah. That's pretty much what Softis did, yeah. I've never actually done PvP. That's the thing, I've never tried it. Who knows, maybe one day if I do a long enough stream, I might just friggin' tempt myself to go into PvP. With enough liquid courage. I'm sorry, Softis, I'm keeping you in for now, just in case I have to do this for every single primals that I've come across in the game. So I may need you more. Day one of samurai training is cutting up rocks. Seriously? You're kidding me, right? Is that actually what you do as a samurai? Like, that's your first mission? Ah, there he is. Did I tell you he would return safe and sound? The deed is done then. Titan is no more? Yeah, thanks to a friend of mine. Good. there's been enough tragedy this day. He has been like that since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. I don't fucking blame him, he's lost his parents! The poor little kobold is in shock. Of course he's not gonna respond. He's almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, don't even say it. He must be put to death like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? I feel like he's serious. You have the right of it, but we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Israel's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. You can but watch, wait and pray. There is naught to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less which may never come to pass. Oh god, excuse me. Sam is a really fun job. Not difficult to play, but really satisfying and rewarding. Okay, I'm definitely going into Samurai when thingy. There is naught to be gained from, well, I've already read that bit. Let's turn to more immediate matters. Informing Commander Blood on Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? Break it to... You make it sound like I'm about to freaking do, like... You make it sound like I'm about to fucking break the news that his parents are dead to him. Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. Yeah, but the other thing is, Reese, you gotta level up a normal class to actually unlock Samurai to use. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men will be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal. And there ain't a soul in the Maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, like, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now, I know you lot have places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honoured to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. Yeah, you've actually got to try and earn some of it. It's not one of the base classes. Like, this way I could get all the classes.
Who goes there?
It's just me, Joe. You're being
it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp.
No easy classes to play in every role, so you'll be fine. Yeah.
He hasn't
She's
been
not
feeling too
wrong there,
welcome,
Reese.
to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences. yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. Nevertheless, I had to believe he had good reason. I was determined to uncover the whole truth of the calamity and, perhaps in so doing, find my own purpose in this sea of chaos. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
Ready, want me to begin with that?
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk. I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. and thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardour belongeth not unto the Asians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too-delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness.
Screw you, Oleandra.
Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
What ho, Dante? I trust you had a good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Thancred and Ishtola via Linkbell. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found. But we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they too are flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Oleandra another... Wait, where is Alice? She was here a moment ago with Gabu. Oh, really now? That's very interesting stuff, this. Let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it is any consolation, I have already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Blooding. Something tells me you're not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance until he comes back to us. Until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, and nor will mails from command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to, and I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much that your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them, and never ever forget. Come along, little one. I will remember them. And you, Alice, thank you. He finally spoke. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A thousand times over, there will be a reckoning. God, I actually want to finish off all of the calls of Bahamut as well. I'll probably save that for another day. Because that's the thing, the calls of Bahamut are the only raids that you can queue for during duties. You have to queue for them separately. Because of that, nobody ever really seems to do them. And if people do it, it's extremely rare. We have heard the glad tidings from Ogamor, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa Lominsa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent a lot of cracks from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another man, which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As at this request, I sought out the Garoon oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warrior of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, a path yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times they have succeeded, then of 10 and 3 only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my lady Minfilia spake unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then if the warriors of darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcend light in the manner the warriors of darkness described, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life nor death. Far better to die, they reasoned, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such at least is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. To seem that several sizable shipments of crystals are being delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. And lest thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Assyrians did once attempt to bring out the summoning of Valga. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Eline Voral's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Assyrians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me, we must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. Dante, Alice, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. She does not trust Oriandra one bit lately. Oh, for now, Alice, Dante, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too? What few remained, aye. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Eric's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We landed the shipments but a few moments ago. Heh, and there I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the warrior of light and his little helpers. Wait a moment, there is more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Eline Roriel, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that. Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Ishtola next. Is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. Alexander I've done, thankfully, apart from the savage stuff. But the coils I do need doing at some point because I want to experience the full story and I'm missing the story for those. Like, let's see, how many of them have I done? Let's get off unrestricted for now. No, I can't be doing that anyway anytime soon by the looks of things. Just yet, anyway. Realm Reborn. Is it... So I've done the first turn of the second coil of Bahamut. I just need to do the second, third, and fourth. And then that's when I'll probably end up getting the final set of coils for Bahamut. Right. I come out and just see someone freaking jump down. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me, it has been a long day. Did you have something to say? Oriandra? Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, Dante, if anything should happen, it should be me who just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. You can smell a rat, can't you, I'll say. So, to review, we have reliably informed that members of the Alamegan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the Resistance's movement. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Dante, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? I'll say, and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Waterland, ain't the resistance. Damned if I know, it's not as if I'd be any use to him. If you sit store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the masks, bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. Let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few old downs to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Gallians won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I see you there, going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems they're the talk of little Alamigo these days, folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Gallians, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars, others reckons he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. I guess it's as good as mine. Someone by the name of the Griffin. Interesting. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly found faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them. Only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I am about it. Given that you and Gundebold are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Shall we? Of course. Much as it pleases me to see you again, Dante, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. Griffin? I know of him, as do we all. His masks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there were suspicions at first, given his secretive ways. He quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Alright, Softus. I'm gonna guess either getting stuff in the market or selling stuff at the market. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished, but I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken Temple of Khan. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words and with your own heart. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Sunken Temple of Khan. Itchy ear. Itchy ear.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountain. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandon them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gir Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
Would probably be best, yes. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you. Thought it was pretty obvious you and Dante would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were, and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Oldar, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned the Scion's exoneration that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves, and that General Warborn had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. And we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the silence of the seventh door. Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator, and a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one. And mine only covers half of my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, for all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it. Tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin? Well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late, I confess. I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is, assuming you'll have us. You think we're gonna stop you from joining us? Come off it, guys. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs both obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of the more sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mask's plans in broad strokes, like the man whom he impersonates. However, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alpha now will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part that we might maintain the charade, until we have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Turbot, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? It all seems simple enough. Thank you, and with that, Dante, let us be off. Looks like we're about to do some trickery. Hey, wanna buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. How about this? One of the ones with the guild, seeing as you found a Papa Lima. There, tunic slopes for the both of you, tailored and treated to your tastes. Off with you before someone sees us together. Clothes make it the man, as they say. Right then, I'll go and change and see you at the spot. Papa Lima marks on our maps. Let's see, while wearing the weathered shepherd's tunics and such. I've got way too much stuff. Let me see if I can get rid of this at some point. Well, look at us. A pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. Now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
Because I've got to play like I'm a downtrodden adventurer.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking! Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free!
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
Yes, one more chance to make
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
There we go. Don't fancy getting a meal or so. Screw it. Yeah. We must apprise Alice of all we have learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. Each. Now that ThinkBit has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings? You mean to tell me while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papalino were here all along? Well, Istola will be relieved, but also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalgam. Alright, one sec. Throwing something out. What do you think? Basically, I got a blanket on my couch just to make things a bit more comfortable. The only annoying thing is every now and then it falls down to become uncomfortable again. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zahara without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. And so they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their mounts on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, God's forgiven, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth save to stand by the ready and pray that the chance is seized. Never shall we know his like again. Before I get in this, please welcome the person that logged in. I confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the ball of embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Let me just have some water then. There we go. I was feeling better. Proceed.
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice. Unlike your sister.
Alize!
God damn, Alize just really gets bullied by this group.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
Let's finish this.
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. Make ready! They come!
Alrighty. Say that, but I'm the one having to deal with the warrior attack. Trying to figure out how to. I don't know how to give it the ether. No. Woman, I'm trying to figure out how to. There we go. Needed to target a blade of light. do it. Why? Come on, do it. There we go. You dick. Someone keep this guy down.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt plains with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wouldn't necessarily say you're eternal, though.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Soix, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia!
Blessed children of the first, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary.
Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications. She has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
That'll be the last we see of Minfilia for a long time. A very long time.
Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
You will see we are in Southern Thanalan again. Minfilia is doing, no doubt. And at 12 speed her on her way, and the warriors of darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. Honestly, legit, I am like tearing up, I'm not gonna lie. I am genuinely tearing up because that is such a heartbreaking goodbye. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls if they gave their lives in order to travel to the source. Then in returning to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. An ending to mark a new beginning. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere. And this when I know full well there is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I'll go back into Zaharak and secure them. The Amarja will still be in disarray. After the thrashing the warriors of darkness gave them, they are not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know. But I want to. I'll see you at the Rising Stones. I shall go find Yida and Pablimo. They must have finished searching the mask's camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Dante. I know I am. If thou will permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of my independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that boy of darkness and the Assyrian in white at the great library, I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us, or that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Dante, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I will gladly escort thee unto a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the rising stars. Until then, warrior of light. Okay, my eyes are no longer tearing up from the goodbye. Well met, Dante. Alphinaud said you would be joining us. It would seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable catch of crystals in the mask's camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharak? Actually... I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. It was bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Oh, for now, I believe it past time Ida and I rejoined the Signs. We have been away for far too long, though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices. I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. God, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tatu's tales may well surprise you. Ida, well, God be praised, it is you. Ida, alive and standing here before me in the flesh, I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now, has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundabald. I fought beside your father in the Revolution. Do not think less of offense. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida here was always full of fire. Ever the first to volunteer for a mission until the day she up and vanished. That is, there were rumors and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nearly a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still the Circle of Knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and, as you can see, I'm completely fine. Now we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now, I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It has been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Else, take me for giving you that mask. Ooh, one of the mounts from Doma. What have you got for me, Alice? Need oxalate. Yeah, I'll do that later. I need to do mount farming, and I need to at one point try and get the Glorious Lana, which requires like 3 lines in the fucking Wondrous Tales, and that's gonna be difficult as hell.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbraider.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if...
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Good question.
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got him to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I, for my part, shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
Alfie.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
A new adventure with us, or to strive for those we have lost, for those we can use.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
God, I might need to clean my controller again. I think I am. Jesus. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life...
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well. There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you could say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then? Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in wait, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns, whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift which I do now present to you. Needhog's eyes. Oh, no. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. What does that look like, Carter? The man of town due to all the elegant technology. It's gotta be Carter. So it was here all along. Nero! Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Alright, 1 sec. Let's see. Far edge of fate. Ah, Dante, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. I think I'm close to stormblood. I'm not sure if I am or not. I'm gonna quickly look it up. Let's see. We're still in post heavensward for now. I'm in the first part. I've all got 9 more missions left. Okay. We're gonna carry on until those 9 missions are done then. So this is the first of the 9 by the looks of things. Yeah. Not far. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Hmm? Right, everyone, ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you may want to close your eyes. Tataru. There, all finished. The warrior rides every measurement from heroic head to intrepid toe. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Dante, all in good time. Aha! Found you. Alpha now wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. What the hell were you wanting my measurements for, Tataru?
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
That's a fair point.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help!
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I shall depart for Limsa Laminsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louisoix himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Very interesting. Greetings, Royal White. What brings you to Ishgard? I see. Right here, I'll summon Sir Emmerich. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity you must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handelu that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Dante, pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not I could see that there was ever any real doubt. As our commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, being scarce dry in the Republic's book of statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shard, I will see that the garrison is ready to defend the ball. I'll fly there, cut down the time of travelling. I see a familiar face. Who's the familiar face going to be? You're kidding me. Him? Dante, old boy. How wonderful to see you. And Sir Emmerich too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I'll have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself on the wall. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to a Gaul. I mean, to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord François and the Observatorium. So you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm? Yeah, I am actually. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Ah, half a chant. God, how I miss you. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Honorar's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So we're not, old boy. Off to Gridania with you. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Blackshaw's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. Yeah, most likely I'm wrong. Yes, of course. It is like what we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Silent Conjurer. The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way if you could... Ah, and the Luminson party as well. Wait, Lumin's just arrived? You giddy! I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Dante, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunion, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Master Dante, I was glad to hear from Ryle that the missing scions have now been found. There is much and more I will discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
Yes.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed?
Yep.
Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
And that's the quickest meal we've ever had for such a thing.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
but the council was able to reach it across so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good, you have yet to depart. I fear I had missed you. Sir Emmerich! Master Alfino, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alice, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Dante for serving as our escort before other duties called him away. I also wish to thank our dormant ally. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join in the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yukiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Order Ceasir to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. I'm so glad I'll be to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yukiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalima and Yida fared in their talks with the Sylphs. Not to mention what has been going on at Belsar as well. I will join you at the Rising Stones and all. Never mind. Just needed the very tip of the crystal. Welcome back, Dante. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that all the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Slight bit harsh, but okay. I've always wanted to try having a guy from one of hers is really good. Griffin on the wall. Well, as much as I enjoyed the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Ah, you have returned from the council. But what of Alfino? Did some other matter require his attention? My apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her. We'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision? Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean alliance will soon have a significant force in the Blackshard, ready to respond to any Imperial acts of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Yida, you cannot seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite, to open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Belsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo. And let me guess, we're going to use those tunnels, which may equally serve as a way in? Precisely. Following agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Qual and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you Laveliers? I will return to the Ishar and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, it would seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Dante? Gridania will be safer for your presence. And, while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. She doesn't look entirely happy about the fact that she's got to hold down the fort. If you have any unfinished business in the tow, pray attend to it now. I will depart for the Hawthorne hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Belsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Of course you would. Now, does this give me a new dungeon? Oh, it does. New dungeon soon. Ah, Dante, there you are. Come. A mirror's spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments on the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alfie, now. We'll have the Griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Yida. Nearly a moment ago you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalino. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. He is very indecisive. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Yeah, I don't think I could deal with someone like Yida for long periods of time. Some things never change. Well then, Shall we make for the spire? Our alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Yeah, I really don't think I could handle someone like you there for long. Jesus. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers. You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. Pippin! Ooh, even Hilda. I was hoping you might turn up. I dragged off the watch here, see? And the sight of you might help remind them why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your sides. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. I don't think that's the case anymore. Report. What? 7 hells fighting has broken out on top of the wall? A full-scale assault? So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. What's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colours. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target, it was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those universes were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion, with the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention. It would be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. We could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Dante, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the 2 of you? Our company is embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from its course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, had I asked that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Forward, comrades. The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeworld. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. From what Papalima told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straight ways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way. But the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have here enough time. Belsar's Wall. Now accessible. Do with NPCs. Despite the fact that the duties have recently reset, like an hour ago. Alrighty. I know what's coming soon. I just remembered whereabouts I am in the story. Frick, we're about to lose another comrade. hate the fact that they've got dogs on the battlefield. Dogs should not be on the battlefield. Forgot to pick that up. Maybe why I can't get in. This. Or detect predator. I was at the idea of doing these dungeons first, like with NPCs, and then doing them with like party members. I think makes things so much easier. Trying to remember which way it is I need to go, and then remembering it's this way. Ugh. this is the one where I'm losing, you get like runs each time. Double punch and magic attack slasher. Design see pressure on their first time over. Oh, this is working. Oh god. All the friggin' Trying to check out these claws, so that's useless. There we go. Gotta do something. Come on, down you go. Just the last one. These vanguards. This one's definitely dangerous. Get more shit. It's called an armored weapon for a reason, Conjurer. I have no idea if anybody's even still watching, I'll be honest. It does look like I'm still watching, so that's something I believe I'm most likely to use. No, I'm honestly surprised I managed to get a bet these need that. Hey, you found your SIM cards? You said you would. Where did you find it? Everything that's going on, I could barely do. Oh, really? Hold on, let me check. No. How about now? Can you hear me? Oh, God, yeah. I'll probably be a bit too loud. Can you hear me now? Am I coming through a lot clearer now? Or... But yeah, there is a lot going on. But yeah, so whereabouts was the SIM card then? Where did you find it? Like we said you would. I mean, that obviously makes the most sense, but whereabouts on the floor? Have you thought maybe this is why you should keep a clean floor? So that when shit like this happens, it doesn't stay gone for a while. You bugger, I thought I killed you. I thought I killed this bugger. Came over with an actual slight dizzy spell. Well, not really dizzy, but like light heavy. That was strange.
How'd you like these?
Chose the wrong time for trying to push the snake. Using the wrong class. Knockbacks ain't gonna work.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
Lamentius, what are you doing?
They die that others may live.
Lamentius.
Vanguards! Attack!
7 hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
I don't know where this is going. Right.
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Gods help us. What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Rolger. Grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them?
Give it a chance, please.
Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when
You said
summoned
Nidhogg
by
himself.
so
You never said
pure
anything about his
a
eyes.
purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Splat. Oh yeah. There's so many scenery. There's so much scenery you could use for your photography work in this game. Right, the splat MP4 that was used. It was amazing. It's like the stuff you'd hear in an anime.
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Not quite. Tapsumari.
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tapsumari, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave!
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go! The further away, the better!
No! If you're staying, then so am I!
No, Ida! There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this! Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Ooh, that's loud. Also, screw you game for possibly killing one of the characters on my top 5 fave list. Who are your favorite characters? I'm intrigued. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papa Lima is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Yuda. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Not counting Dante. Your top 5 favorite characters other than Dante. Master Louis Suarez wore the same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, alright, I know. There is nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Dante was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papa Limo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Storms. The others need to know what happened here. Once again I find myself at a loss for words. But Tancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I'll send word to Ishtal and the others of our imminent return. 'Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we walked on. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalima was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilbert came to possess of Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected aether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Cryle, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood? I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What? Without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive our Ishtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. Her desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alasai, I shall honour our fallen colleague through painful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalima's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilbert's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. School's out forever. Really? That's the achievement. Let's see, we won't be seeing Minfilia for a while. We've now essentially lost Papalima. We've lost Mundrida some time ago. Dante, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania, the Council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the Primal, of course. As of Rishtola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. 1 Rabon, 2 Papalimo, 3 Alfino, 4 Sid Nangarland. The one full name I remember because Sid is awesome. Yeah. 5 Melweb because awesome pirate wish with Gungo, yes. There's a list with reasons for 2. Fair. You were close to spelling Papalima, right, actually. I'll show you the actual way to spell it. That's how you actually spell Papalimo. You did good though. You did actually do pretty. You got pretty fucking close. Yes, but the elder seeds here doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I'm told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the rising stones into Tyro's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus stand.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner
Oh, I
travel
can
by
easily
land
guess why
than put to
Rob is
sea
favorite.
again.
He's my favorite as well. He's a fucking badass Rob.
You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
I'm gonna guess when he got his arm chopped off and still went ahead and managed to actually fight.
Good man, are you all right? Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Tries to psych himself up, all of a sudden falls to the floor. Boom. Jesus. I'll give the guy credit, jeez. Also, who's a towering Ronin with a katana? I actually can't remember his name. We'll figure it out. We'll find out. Once I know his name, memories of him will just flood the brain, so yeah.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
Bahamut.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment.
Papa Lima's still in there then.
Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartano since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
No, but I'll keep an eye on him.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. It would seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
That was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them now how Nero chanced to learn at the council meeting in the first place. I'm going to say most likely from his days as part of the Gallian army. Is that where we're down at the airship one down? Dante, over now, ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment. As you wonder, Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him, despite his very timely offer of assistance. The thought of the man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alfino. His sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and you get here. Well, here they are now. Alright, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Cardinal? Might I ask that we delay our departure site? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought the time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. Alright, while Alphanar speaks with its colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordor. You can reconvene at the Rising Stars. Drama. Alright, Hida. Yep. Might as well go this way. They're all watching him from so far away, Jesus Christ.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
No, another kettle, love.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remained behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
Oh, it's Gosetsu!
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly, but now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
Good old Yugiri.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Oh, Gosetsu, you always were a bit of a loud one. Oh, Totoro. It's just about the thing that you decided to measure me for. Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a travelling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now if you like. Yo, not bad. Fucking monocle as well, looking swag. Assuming we measure correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? Yo man, we looking swag as hell. You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light is... well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, you know, bring you home. May it always protect you. Aww, she's so sweet. It's just a shame that it's all freaking level 1. But I think that's what the glamour is all for, to make it look like your clothes will still work. Like, still have all your buffs and shit, it just looks like that. So I might try and get someone to teach me how to glamour it so I look like that for one of the classes. It would look really fucking good as, what is it? What am I thinking of? Blimey, what class am I thinking of? Just imagine that with Scholar, where you've got the book. It would just make so much sense. So we have to wake up Omega, right? When do we start? Gita, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Right, Softest. When I'm done with this, me and you are hopping into a call so I can do the whole glamour thing. You and I will focus on rousing Omega while Dante, Yida, and our Dominions take care of security. Yeah, this game does it. It's called Glamour. I've never really used it because I've never understood it. Also, imagine that drip on machine. Actually, yeah, that's a fair point. I could do it for Machinist, yeah. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. Well, to be fair, I think I've only got the mission that I've just accepted, and then the last mission. Fly free, my pretty. Is that the... Yeah, I've literally just got this one and one more. So, if that somehow takes more than an hour, I'll be surprised. Full fancy biker looking outfit. I mean, yeah. Christ. The jacket looks like a leather one, so I'm saying back. On a gun-wielding maniac cat man. Yeah. Not wrong, not wrong. We got to see what it looks like with Monk. So that's something as well. Choose of the cutscene.
Now, where was that? I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
Oh, please tell me I get to kill your ass.
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Yeah, about to see a samurai fight.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
No holding back! No retreat! No surrender!
With soul and steel!
Surrender. We have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I could lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. A Magitech suit. Oh baby, here we come. Behold the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. Forward for the Empire. The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. pay attention to the rest of his minions.
You watching, Pabalimo? Your defense is lacking.
Ooh. With soul and steel.
This will sting.
Oh yeah, that's the one thing that this game does well. Attention to detail. It wasn't always like this, I will admit that. It felt Realm Reborn when it was just Final Fantasy XIV. It went through a rough time.
I have you.
No holding back. Leave this to me.
Look upon a samurai of Donna.
You watching, Pabalimo? Your defense is lacking.
With soul and steel.
Hopefully you'll be getting a job in a couple of minutes. Hopefully.
This will sting. And opening.
Tis my right to strike.
Leave this to me.
Look upon a samurai of Donna.
You watching, Pabalimo?
You sure about that? Go and get out of here. Bloody coward.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Oh. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess, we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Is there any other way?
I suppose not. All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
Slipped into villain mode a bit there, Nero.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Yo, really? Okay, I know what I'm going on after this, just if we forget that bundle. Sure, go on then. An axe and a shield. Is that it? It doesn't have some iridescent shield. Interesting. Free stuff is free stuff, so I'll take that.
Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Shimmering shield. I mean, it is close to iridescent in terms of meaning, so.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Papalimo is fully gone for good. Not even his ether remains. I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. One moment everything was functioning perfectly and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. The far edge of fate. The last mission for post-heavensward. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. Either way, we must first... the Elder Seed Seer is expecting us. We're not off now. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. And thanks, Yugiri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All they are eager to hear your testimony. The order seats here awaits you within. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You were too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try, but tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega Eye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain, but I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Girabania. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of his blows, as he wielded such magics as I have never seen, hope to never see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. Damn. I just got the side mission, Dreams on Valhalla, and it says I should have a power of 90, but I'm at 44 needed to attempt it. Sure, if you want to die. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domas were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we would have found it convenient to refer it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabanian side of the border. Aye, which is why we have set up our main force, under the command of Marshal Talupin, to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridanian's borders, and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the Council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis system, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Girabania. Though Ilberd has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stars, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Istoli and the others have gathered at Amelisai's Spire, and I imagine that you, too, would be interested to see what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Let's lead on. Man, 5 hours to do all these missions that we've had. That's not bad at all. Shame though, I think that means that Softis is most likely close to having to not being available, so I'll probably have to try and get her a bit later for the glamour stuff.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
I said you got to go to Asgard, Reese.
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Yeah, it's a nice little side thing that you get to do.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
Not gonna lie, Ida
Well,
is
there
actually
is.
quite beautiful.
I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric.
So I mean, she's like 25.
And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too. And I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Sharlayan. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long, though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss. That one act made plain her determination to move forward. Should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. You have quite a story to tell to Taru and my sister. Right, I'm gonna let the credits play whilst I go to the toilet. I'll be back.
One soul's cry, a passion welling within. Sacrifice, a final plea to her kin. Yet this bond of hope, my treachery was broke, scattering her words to the wind. Swelling over long seas of blood are a song, and death an afterthought to those who fight for naught. Lying
I'm back. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. Ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I for one look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. Quick march! The Imperials will come soon to their senses and we must ready to face their retribution. It is almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, oh God. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Belsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our foes from the search to undertake the necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. And no. My spies tell me that Doma's college in view, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Right, and there we have it. I have finished Heavensward, and I am now at the beginning of Stormblood. I'm going to end off this stream here. And I'll probably do a few things off screen at some point during the week. One of which will definitely be mount farming. In fact, and I also get to do more of my quests for my classes. I'll quickly get this Nidhogg's Rage Ultimate Ballad quickly. Yeah. You just want to make a ballad out of the battle I'm well aware of that, so shush. Minstrel. There we go. Right. So yes, I will definitely try to do some stuff off screen at some point, and will do my best to get as much mounts as I can. Because I think the only one that's actually going to be difficult is the Glorious Lana, I believe. Let me look up the list of mounts. So we've got the Dark Lana, which is going to be Minstrel's Ballad, Nidhogg's Rage. Demonic Lana from the Containment Bay, Z1T9. Not that one. Rose Lana from Thok Ast Thok. Round Lana, which is going to be the Minstrel's Ballad, Thornton's Vein. the Suffolk Lana, which is going to be Containment Bay P1T6. Warming Lana, which is going to be Containment Bay S1T7. I've already got the White Lana. The Wondrous Lana, that's the one. Yeah, I need one of two different things. I'm not sure if these folies are even still a thing. For hollows. Oh yeah, those are harder versions. Those would be best to do at like level 90 or something, I think. So I can't even do them just yet. So yeah, I won't be bothering with that. I think I'll stick with trying to get it from the Wondrous Trials, if I'm honest. But yes, other than that, and maybe also getting what is it? I think I might also go into Samurai as well. So yeah. That's what I plan on doing throughout the week. I'll probably ask Softis to help out if she can. Speaking of which, yeah, she's still. Speaking of which. Yeah. The great thing is that stormblood, that samurai and monk share the same armor pieces for like Shire, for like set types of gear. So I don't even need to go about getting new gear. Excuse me. So yeah. But yeah, at some point I'll ask Softis for a bit of help for mount farming, because I want to try and get all the Lanas. The only one she will really need to help with is the Wondrous Lana, because I need to get something. Essentially, I'll show you what I need to do. Essentially, so I've done that. I essentially need to get 3 lines out of all those tokens. And currently right now that's probably not even going to happen. So let's see. I've got 3 out of 9. I can only shuffle them about when I've got 7. Chances of me even getting 3 lines from this is extremely rare. So it's going to be difficult, and it could take me a long time. But we'll see what happens. If I'm lucky, maybe some shuffling about will actually do the trick. If not, then yeah, I can't really do much about it. But yeah, until next time, I shall see you all later.